She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack. She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack. She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack. She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack. She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Alright, give me 1 second, everybody. Gotta feed the cats. Yeah, you hear that? Yeah. Okay. How's everyone doing? Good to see all of you. It's me. I've got a really comfy shirt on. I just wanted to share that. You know, when you have a shirt that's like, oh, this is nice. It's like an oversized, really soft t-shirt. Comfy. Comfy, comfy, comfy. Um, so, first of all, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Coffee's Ark. Is that a Good Wolf name change? Is that you, Good Wolf? Thank you for the extra 5. 166 in the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Good to see some familiar names taken care of. Thank you so much. As for everyone else, Control, New Mexican, bright and early. We got Brucey, Remy, Stump, Jester, Itsukato, Foster, Cheeky, Reckless Monster, Shay, Loading Screen. Best part of Monday is that Quag stream notification. Hey, I appreciate that. Coffee's our arc. Roddy. Had to break up with my girl this weekend. Really sad times. Looking forward to watching Quag Color while I try to make through my workday. Sorry to hear that, Foster. Prismatic. How you doing? Dill. Pirak. Herrera. Urban Mech. J-Bridge. Sora. Wide Hardo. I think that's a different thing. I think you got a different thing there, Sora. No rage handle. I did a lot of farming this weekend. I'll explain it. It's me. Changed my name yesterday. Cool, cool. I will mentally adjust. Thank you again for the gifted subs. Hey, C-Mac. How you doing? Santa. Hope you're well. And anyone else I might have missed in the shuffle there. This coffee's very hot. Give me 1 second. Okay, so if you guys are not super familiar with some of the new gear from Shattering Spectre Glass, that's the 4th mirror. Some of it is absolutely bonkers. Like made me do a quadruple take. Like there's no way that can be doing what I think it is. Levels of bonkers, and we can now do some things that just make bosses alivened in amusing amounts of time. Also, because I actually do find Mirror 4 to be enjoyable on a gameplay level, I spent a bunch of time playing it over the weekend. Mostly yesterday, because Saturday I spent most of the day playing Spider-Man. But mostly yesterday, I spent a bunch of time grinding out souls. So I did get a lot of pulls of the machine. So I'll have to do some inventory management at the wheel, excuse me. I'll have to do some inventory management today because I don't have inventory slots in this character. I have like half a dozen Demon's Blights in particular, and I'm like, ooh, maybe I can use that. Maybe I can use that. I did get really lucky with rage handles for a brief amount of time, and then I didn't see any more. So the amount of souls I spent I spent about 3,000 souls yesterday. About 3,000. And I'll show you guys some of the things I got in that time. So, you've heard of melee weapons. You may now bow before your new god. I still haven't managed to get consec on it, but... Play melee build? Yeah, that's what's on your screen right now, Med's Place. Hey, Glorza, thank you for the Prime for the 3 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Item names you're saying is a foreign language. Can't wait for this. Poison Rage handle that procs the soak ability while holding live wire. Yeah, that's absolutely an option. Tried Blight Caller yesterday. Damn, such a fun class. The action skills are so satisfying in design. It's great. It's great.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Thank you, Glorza. Sended Rage handle. I got 1 on stream. But I got a couple later. And this one's notable because it's not the highest crit chance. Rage handle can get up to 20% crit chance. But the parts that change that is, it's this hilt. This hilt can be either crit chance, crit damage, or attack speed. Now, with crit chance, this becomes the highest crit chance unique melee weapon. With crit damage, it's just kind of fine. But then with attack speed, it's up there even higher in the attack speed. A fully stacked rage handle is the fastest swinging weapon. And of course, the crit chance goes up with it. I kind of didn't want Vampire on this, but it works out okay. So we're gonna use that, and we've got this mosquito mantle we got on stream. Now it's worth noting that for this build, none of these passives do anything for me, and the skills are almost nothing. We get 2 points in Arsenal and 2 points in Sneak Attack out of this. So the armor itself is doing almost nothing to increase our damage. It's just the effect. And we're still using this because Ascended Stabbo power for Ghostblade. So I'll do a couple boss runs and show you guys how ridiculous this is.
Now the fun begins.
Windows mess with a bunch of audio settings. Some of your favorite streamers have probably been pointing this out over the last few days. So don't mind me if I'm messing with my audio settings on the fly here. Cool. Windows audio? Yeah. What's that? Are you good there? That's probably a better place. Three hits? Oh yeah, that was bad RNG. Dragon Lord, this isn't a good one to show off on. But I'll try to show off anyway. Tried hitting their Blight class combos just a bit. Just a bit. On, Blight Spore. That's nasty. Yeah, it's... Wait till you see it on a boss that I can have full Ghostblade uptime on. It gets quite silly. There we go. Cool to see you're making use of Ghostblade. I feel like it's very underused compared to From the Shadows. Yeah, From the Shadows is very easy to apply to just like any build. Ghostblade is something you have to build around, and it does tend to fall through the cracks a lot. I do like to give it some love. Been enjoying Dreadwind, went with Spore Secondary for the cooldown ability damage. Only issues hitboxes. Afraid to try Maker because don't know if it hits it. It doesn't, Owl. Dreadwind does not hit Maker. The knockback. There we go. Sad hitbox needed overhaul. Yeah, Maker could just float a little lower, to be honest. For that specific one. Ah, Nightmare. Perfect. Perfect. We got good available hitboxes to show Mosquito Ghostblade if RNG is kind to us. They might have on accident let us go on everything and apply the crossbow instead of only damage type applied it. That's not quite how it works, Itsukato. Basically, the way... there's no way it's accidental. I'll explain it after the fight. Oh, there's that face. Sandworms are frustrating PL2. Okay. So what Mosquito Mail does is you have the listed chance that 30% when you crit to apply a crossbolt. Now, this crossbolt does not just set itself up for the other half of the effect. It is an instance of damage that is 100% of the thing that caused it with the same damage source. The only thing is that it can't crit. So you can't infinitely chain mosquitoes. But what this means is, so you know how Blast Chill, Blast Gasp, Spore Fuse, Play the Angles, those are like big things that require you to do a specific thing to get that good juicy double dip for big damage number? Well, Mosquito lets you do that with anything that is capable of critting. Anything. And the output matches the input, meaning you can double dip much more easily. It's not like dipping gun into ability or, you know, spell into gun. It's no, if you crit with melee, it's here, do the melee formula again. It's so bonkers. It's not something it's not something I see myself using long term because it's like it's in the realm of a cheat code. It's so strong. Vampire tanking with rage handle. He was trying his best. He was really giving it his all. Theodore, huh? On this build? I'm going with no. But I like where your head's at, game. I do want to farm some Theodore later today.
Enter if you dare.
Which is where Buffmeister, Mosquito, Mosquito. Beyond a shadow of a doubt. It's not even close. And that's funny. Hey son, how you doing? Can Pog Totem target the crystals in Theodore? Haven't tried yet. Have not attempted that one.
Let's see how you handle it.
How Mosquito's been? I'm still using my my one from Really Game? Okay, really wants me to do Theodore, but I'm not gonna. I'm still using the one from Friday stream. Because I've not gotten a primordial or better Stapo primary that I'm satisfied with. So, I'll just run this one. Someone said Spirit Storm can target them. Spirit Storm's actually got fantastic targeting. It's quite nice. Hey Popty, how are you? It's also, can we thank streaming companies of theory crafters like you test new content? No. I'm gonna go against the grain of what a lot of people in my position might necessarily say, and just say no. Leave that to professionals. Just have the professionals quadruple check everything. The whole have fans do it discourse, it's just, it never leads anywhere good. I just don't want to open up that can of worms. No. An allergic reaction to some random food last night, but I'm good now. How are you? Could be better. But hey, I'm here right now, and that's fun. Do 24 yet? Nah. Plan for that is next week. It'll be in this calendar month. Plan is next week though. So far. The swing speed is just... It's just funny. Hey, Jackaboy, how are you? Hey, Coffee's RR. Thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. Some of us may have rolled our eyes or laughed when Fred said she had a sword that did murder 1,000 damage. Then Quag, P.S. Really hope you're doing okay. And can start feeling better soon. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. Hope things will ease up through the day. Maybe use your electric blanket if the pain gets too bad. Not sure how hot it is there. If AC temperature prevents it at least. Game, stop giving me Fyodor. I'm not doing Fyodor right now. I'm not going to do it. Yeah, I'll probably blank it up later. Luckily with boss runs, the time commitment isn't too bad with resetting. So do you enjoy the new Miro? It's a spicy takedown. What do you enjoy? It's takedown format. It is literally just the same format as Mal 1 takedown. Like, part for part, it's just that formula. So if you like Mal 1 takedown, the layout of that map and activity is just that. There's a couple points where the pacing slows down, but guess what? Mal 1 has that too. Alright, here's what I wanted. I wanted Drill to show you this pair. No, despair. Same thing. Same thing. So I'm gonna try not to use Ghostblade for the first part. Rage handle, by the way.
Again.
Goodbye. Despite all Drill's rage, he's just a merman in a cage. Why is Mosquito Male so strong? Because double dipping. Hey, Cumbers. How you doing? Random numbers. Hope you're well. Yeah, Twitch reply system kind of sucks, so. So, more items? Yeah, the items are a weekly release thing. Each form of the boss has an additional item. Alright, bodies on mind is somewhere. Hey, well, I'm glad your internet presence is here. This can't last. That was my first thought, Remy. That was my first thought. My 2KS levels to beat the story. take things at your own pace. Remember that the Chaos tiers are completely optional, and you're not missing out on content. It's just difficulty for content you already have. Crabbert is the pinchiest boy? True. True. I don't quite have enough. If I had more ward buffer, I could totally do that. Ghostblade, why are you not hitting? Ghostblade moment. Soaked moment.
Me? 1. Life? 0.
Are you hitting? Kind of? There we go. Hitbox say nope. I'll show you soaked. Please don't. That's the biggest thing that I think is a turnoff for people with Ghostblade. It's a ranged melee option that isn't as consistent as other ranged melee options because of hit detection, but it's still fun.
Hope that works out for you.
How you doing, Rapid Fire? Vorkanar. Oh, so fun fact with Vorkanar. There's now 2 versions of Vorkanar's cog. Also, the cog is now sideways, so you get 2 fun facts. Yeah, it's just sideways now. But if you do Vorkanar through Mount Craw, you get the usual, Clawbringer power one. But if you do Mirror 4, then introduced into your pool is a Blightcaller power one. And I can say that with certainty, that's how it works, because I got this from Mirror 4 in a vendor. I was like, huh. And I had the quest to go beat Vorkanar in my log. So I hadn't done it yet. So then I went and did that and got this one. Got Blightcaller from Vorkanar's story. So it might just be that you can get both, but yeah. There's something, you get Vorkanar's cog from that, which I guess makes sense because of an enemy in there. So either they've expanded the roles for Vorkanar's cog, or there's 2 versions now. Kevin, what are you doing? Okay, lay down. Relax. Brings up a good point. He does. Vorkanar's Pog? Yes, unironically. Ghostblade. Man, Rage Handle looks like you're just not playing in intended ways. Or Vorkanar's Hog or Vorkanar's Log. How about no? You have any thought into a Blightgeist build? Yes. I've been thinking about it, and my biggest thought there for Julio is where's the damage? Because, like, Blightgeist is cool conceptually, and you're like, oh, I could do this, I could do this, I could do this. But, like, none of those things with that skill combo add up to damage, is what I've found. Now, you could maybe use Reaper of Bones, Amnesia tech, and then apply that to some Blightcaller stuff. Maybe. But, like, where's the damage? Okay, so skill tree. Down to toxicity. Flawless Edge is a good amount of global damage, so we take that. Wraithmail is good for survivability. Amped Up is also good for survivability. Bogged Down is what's allowing us to Soaked. This is the most efficient way of applying Soaked in the game. And because my Scalawag is poison, not only am I applying to my main target, but any Barbalode bolts spat out inherit that poison element, so they can also apply Bogged Down. So Poison Scalawag with Bogged Down, Barbalode, the most efficient soaked application in the game. Other than like a dual beam White Rider, I suppose. Frostbite is melee damage and crit chance, which is really good. We can get some very high crit chance values here, but this is the stuff we take to get down to toxicity. As usual with melee stuff, Alchemical Agent, and Contagion, and Exploit Their Weakness, and Potent Poisons, we want all that. Hero points wise, I maxed crit damage, maxed status damage, and I put the remainder in crit chance. And I've got a pretty good resting melee crit chance here of 56.1% without additional buffs. So that is 56.1% without having any of my Frostbite stacks. So there's another 36% for the calculation there that's on the table. And that's without including Rage Handle stacks. So, yeah, also my Amulet is only volatile. I should roll for better Barbalodes, but I can do that on other characters. Basically, Rage Handle lets you swing super, super fast and crit often. Scalawag for the usual melee crossbolt tech. Livewire if you're nasty. Stab-O-Matic if you got something in range, and I just didn't use this weapon slot. Simple, simple, simple. Let's roll pistols. People keep saying I should take my time and do the peak. You should take your time in all things. Take things at your own pace, no one else's. It's a 2-point arsenal to really make this build OP. Yeah. The armor's really doing me a lot of favors with that. Also the 2 in sneak attack. Now this is Blight Calling. Vampire tank with Rage Handle's nuts. I got a Primordial Frost Rage Handle with Warrior. Does a lot of damage, I still have to heal. Depending on multi-class, Vampire will get more or less important. But, yeah, Vampire Rage Handle is absurdly just beefy. It's just me, or is Blightcaller damage largely from its class power? Depends on what exactly you're doing, Jaybridge, because keep in mind, Blight power does not boost Spirit Swarm. Not directly, it boosts Whisper of Rot, sure. But Spirit Swarm actually does really, like, insane damage. And Plague Storm doesn't really need class power to do damage. It helps, but it doesn't need it. It's just Bog Totem that, like, and to a lesser degree Geist, that really want the class power. Walter Blight. The DLC for the Buddy last night final boss room is so cool. It is, Dex. I love it. In fact, let's do a Mirror 4 run in a moment here. I'm looking for inferior stuff at the moment. Lightning bolts mostly. Of course, I get a primordial cryo pixie. Ugh. Gross. Love PLC4 boss more than 3? Yeah, me too. How's my moon orbs, actually? We'll spend some of these. I do still have a lot of souls to spend, but I do want to do a run before we do that. I haven't gotten Consec yet. That's not the right one. Damn it. Wah, wah. Doing OP levels at my own pace, but I need the hard carry before I can do the peak. No, you don't, though. Peak existed before the hard carry did.
I love how dark it is here. Too much light always makes me feel like energized. So awkward.
So I've heard you like not dying. Allow me to introduce you to my good friend. Their name is Bereaver, Reaper, Bone, Sanguine Sacrament, Arcane Bolt, Body Rune, Unyielding, Unarmored Defense, Mortal Vessel, Ascension, Blood Frenzy, Dread Covenant, Relentless Rage, Vampire, Rage Handle. Hope you two get along well. Where's the damage though?
I am fear, but also sunlight, polite conversation, feeling. I see.
Means I have to fight Hatterax. Refer back to what I just said about how no you don't.
Most of us lost souls just get caught in fate's waves. We'd do anything for a semblance of control, even if it's imaginary. I made mistakes in my day trying to acquire it. I was robbed, really. Every second.
The Bloody Boy's out. You think we're gonna build docks and start soon? Yes, actually.
Firstly, getting back my actual money.
Still want to see where Blightcaller lands balance-wise. There's some stuff that I fully expect to be tuned in some way. But yes, I do want to get the team together for build docs soon. Hit like 6 eggs and killed 10 enemies, loot pops out of the next egg. The thing with that stump is I've had runs where I just open 3 eggs without fighting anything, and then I get it and I leave. I've had runs of that room that are like under 30 seconds, and then I have runs that are like 2.5 minutes. What you got for breakfast, Control?
Spectral sword!
This bag of ore looks a little light, but I'll let it slide. Don't forget the interest.
Bacon, egg and cheese biscuit, and egg McMuffin. I'm a grown boy. Sounds delicious. Yeah, brekkie? I did not.
another one for the coffers. Looks like the last piece of gold just woke up. Have at it.
Concerned? Body will let me eat eventually. Probably.
I won't count it now, but I will be counting on it later.
Hey Moonface, how are you?
The ruler of this realm is painfully literal. So as he robbed me of my
I have to say, I'm feeling the no Deddy farm got me asthmic. Now rephrase that into something that makes sense.
and they're protected, of course, by skeletons in my closet. They like to play dead, even though they're over
Hey Nefsy, how are you? Hope you're well.
my mind. Get up, you're not fooling anyone. Get rid of these skeletons and destroy those skeletons. I don't need them anymore.
Death's too good for you!
Don't judge me by my old standards. I've changed, I promise.
Wheel. Melee mirrors mostly mislead miscreants into mistiming their mighty muscle into meandering masses of mobs. Well done, Manic Peak. You get the alliteration award of the afternoon. Amazing. Absolutely.
How could I have been
Afternoon literally just woke up. Listen, I needed another A word. I'd be doing good. Glad to hear.
Yes! Bleeding was so awful!
You okay there, Pragmatic?
good riddance to that?
Good riddance! A plus riddance, actually!
So glad to be
It's
getting
been a goof. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. How are you? Killed the vibe check? Yeah, that sounds like something I'd do. Soon DLC 4, my dead shot cannot figure out what's killing me in the first room. Turns out throwable hole now does self-damage. Yeah, it does. Also, everything in the first room explodes. No, it doesn't. I have never been exploded in that room. Have you checked where you're standing? Or are you using a throwable hole?
Is your name osteoporosis? Because you wrecked those bones.
What's with the huge D20s? I don't know.
I need to.
Some of the bandits have bombs or something, because I've definitely been bombed. I've never experienced this.
There are instruments in the eggs? How? Wow, that's... wow. Hero work isn't all it's cracked up to be, is it? Those wyverns sure know how to lay a beat down.
That was a fast one.
This loot holds so many.
Hey, unknown. How you doing?
Picture now of where we go from here. I knew this place like the back of my hand once. They scattered my memories to make sure I'd stay lost. But the further you go, the clearer my mind gets. Which is why I can point you to a treasure known only to the ruler's most powerful allies. That doesn't mean I was one of them. I just know things. Anyway, only the most badass fighters will hold the levers you need to access the treasury.
So this is the only room that I think could, like, get a bit of a rework. Just speed it up a little bit. More density, and this room's, like, perfect.
Let me cut you off there. I need to do this again. Now.
One lever down. Fighting, walking around, placing levers. What can't you do?
Egg rooms touch irritating once you learn where they are. It's fast enough. Yeah, it's just a relay race for the egg room. I think that's fine personally. Because, like, you don't even have to fight anything if you don't want to. There's probably a good AFK farm to be had in the egg room. If you set yourself up in a building where the wyverns would have to fly in to you, and then just have, like, a plague storm or something set up in there, so they fly into it and die.
War for the culling.
Melee speed quicker than Sonic speed? Yeah, Twisted Grin.
Elegantly done. Don't accidentally break it. You're so strong, it is a concern.
What class are folks finding synergized well with Plague Storm? Think of it this way, J-Bridge. It's Groundbreaker, the action skill. So, technically, anything that can justify using the action skill slot as such has a claim to it. It is just Groundbreaker, the action skill.
You're the most badass of them all.
We theorized an infinite damage loop between Barbalode and Plague Storm, by the way. It's mathematically unlikely, but technically possible.
While you were raiding that treasury, I remembered something else they stole from me. The light of my life. I'd like it back now.
What basically the way it works is
Yes.
so Plague Storm. Fatemaker summons a Plague Storm at target location, dealing poison status effect damage over time in an area. Whenever Fatemaker deals non-ability damage, a percentage of it is stored. 25%, it says down there. Plague Storm periodically creates elemental bolts targeting a random number of enemies underneath it, dealing ability damage of a random elemental damage type equal to the damage stored, split among all targets, and clearing all stored damage. Elemental bolts cannot apply status effects. So basically, what would happen here is you put cross bolts in an enemy, Plague Storm hits them with your damage that you've stacked up through whatever means, and then if you get lucky and then you get a Barbaload ricochet off that hit, that instance will then go and hit someone else, and then Plague Storm will see, hey, that's non-ability damage, alright, that feeds into this, and then Plague Storm can hit an enemy that has bolts in them and hit someone else. So it'll just be Plague Storm constantly feeding itself through Barbaload.
This whole place is burning. We must be close. If I seem cold, it's because these monsters stole my soul fire. We all need a light in our lives, and mine was ripped from my heart. By the looks of it, they're keeping it here.
More than you deserve.
And Mosquito. Would you need 2 invincible barrels under the storm? I mean, technically, as long as you have 2 enemies, the loop can just keep happening. As long as you have 2 enemies and Plague Storm duration, it'll just keep happening. As soon as you only have 1 enemy, that's when it's, it would require something else. I'll try something out of curiosity.
My soul fire's in that wyvern. Kill it with fire. Or, you know, whatever fire's weak.
Stinks. Everything does. Get used to it.
I don't know how much Plague Storm actually did here.
My powers.
But it, oh, that did damage.
Gorgeous powers. If I was alone, I would swaddle myself in them and never leave. As for now,
Yeah, I was mostly just curious.
task to execute.
I could try it against the boss as well. Trying for anything special. More rage handles for various builds to cover various elements, good mosquito mails, basically all the gear. All of the DLC gear is, I have interest in for various builds.
My one piece of advice for the monster you're about to face: show no fear. Cast doubt from your mind. They are the living embodiment of every lost soul's fear. He feeds on our pain. Don't dwell on the hurt.
Just maybe mini boss gave me more trouble than final boss. I don't think it's just you. I don't think that's really a bad thing either. I just popped my sigil. Come on. There we go.
Enjoy your vacation.
Incredible. You defeated fear.
Mosquitos, silly.
Feel.
Like,
Good job,
way,
Plague Storm.
way
You,
too much.
maybe helped.
Loading
I
happening
don't know if you
and
helped.
wanted to be taken down, like, a 3.
What monster's reflection shines in that glass? Only you can know. Now there's a face I'm always happy to see. And don't mind the mirrors near me. I was talking to you.
The wyvern here thinks it's the
Our Redmorn was nice knowing you.
please. Hasn't met me.
Plague Storm's just awesome visually. Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's Mirror 4. And if anyone's unaware of the layout, well, let me spell it out. You have a mobbing area with an objective before you get a mini boss. And then you have more mobbing and more objective-based room progression, followed by a mid-boss. And then you have mop up the rest of the mobbing in the room after the boss if you so choose, but you can choose not to, and you go directly to the big boss. Now let's compare that to a beloved activity from a previous game, the Malawan Takedown, where you have objective-based mobbing, followed by a mini boss, followed by the mid-boss, followed by objective-based mobbing,
Sunless
followed by a boss.
wins. This is my kind of party.
That's a really good Merlin's Razor. I want that. I really want to build around this gun. That can get up to ×3, and I live for it. It's almost as if we gotta take down, but no, this cannot be. Gamers get what gamers ask for, right? Like, Need to make inventory space. I can just put a bunch of demon blights away. It'll be fine.
A ring for you. Just don't put it in your ears. It's very unpleasant.
Buy backpack to use.
Right.
I only have 9 mil. How much does the next one cost?
Keep it away from me then. I need my vision clear, thank you.
Oh, we get some great RNG. Thanks, Godslayer. I appreciate that. Sounds like they go over the 8. 8? Okay, cool. New rings give status damage? Yeah, they only give status damage. The substats are just chance. On those, did I keep any or did I put all of them away? Yeah, the substats are chance and duration. The primary is damage. I want to say I have all the cosmetics from 4. Oh, no, there's one I don't have. Been saving money forever. Had 200 mil max my SCUs and only have 8 mil. It do be like that sometimes.
Sitting on the hand prongs, right? The human form has so many bits.
Hey, Mukro.
It'll fit, one way or another.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Stabo Protagonizer makes me so sad. Stabomancer doesn't have ability damage. Like, it doesn't have it. I do want a cooldown mosquito, but the one that rolls called shot is maybe not a good place to settle. Throw was feeling funny when I got home, but I didn't throw up. Hey, that's good.
This'll really set your hands apart from each other.
This is so bright.
Make your PTA proc stronger and missed answer. It's about it. Yeah.
Then I need my vision clear, thank you.
Shadowfire. Nice.
A talisman to guide your path.
Good thing
More like Chad Caller.
sparkle would ruin my look.
Things you can't see are often the most powerful.
I do need a new live wire. Okay, let's re-roll a little bit. Save quit, do one more round of the wheel. It's a good place to start. Here we're doing alliterations? Yes.
Now there's a face I'm always happy to see. And don't mind the mirrors near me. I was talking. Ooh, that's going to go so well with your finger.
I just kind of take all the demon blights I see. I'll just sort through them later. Maybe that's why I don't have space. I should be a little more picky.
Like Snurple.
Keep it away from me then. I need my vision clear, thank you.
Careless of causality, currently concurring, consuming cheesy, crispy, critically compounding cubic centimeters of crippling carbohydrates and condensed cholesterol. Ooh, shock rage handle. So this is the crit damage roll. Low swing speed on this though, 1.2. Yeah, I'm actually gonna pass on that. That is just a very low swing speed. Chadbringer, Chad Warden, Chad Colored, Chadomancer, Chad Zerker, Chad Shot, Chadborn. Chadborn sounds like a Dark Souls game background. Why are you primordial? This is so frustrating, because recharge part on a Bronco Buster is really good, but the fact that it's primordial just increases the capacity to the point where instead of that taking 2 seconds to fully charge, like 1.5 actually, it's gonna take 3.5? Like, no. Okay, Echo Hold seems like potentially not the best. Yeah, because you're hitting so frequently, you're not going to have much time to build up Echo. If it's like Salt and Battery, then Rampage just won't do much. Even if it's not, Rampage just won't do much. Amp speaks for itself. But all the other help mods, I can see it being desirable. Even something like Archmage that doesn't get much use in general, I could see being good on Rage Handle because just the sheer volume of hits.
Amulet. I could make a choker out of this. Or just choke
Ascended Pan. It's a vampire pan. It's not Ellie, though. Okay, that's enough for now. Let's go do some more chamber. Do a couple more runs on this, and then I want to do the mirror on my hammer throw build, so we can hopefully get good mosquitoes for that. Just a half, just a half. Also, I haven't done this featured much. We've done it a couple times. Let's do the featured actually.
Now the fun begins.
Hit me back later, okay?
All 3 containers in the first room. Alright, so if I do another run, I should definitely leave this first room. Ooh, this is another room 1 trust and magic. That's so sick. Yeah, let's bully Bark. Fuck it. I've not done raid bosses with Mosquito yet. This will be a learning experience. How to elite first room? I mean elite going out of the first room. Before grabbing the containers. Orange Poison is debuff. It's back now, kind of. Roguelite or Nullify? Let's take Nullify. I think I have a surplus of damage. Other location is here, right? Are there just not containers on this one? Okay. Is this game even worth it? I have 1,300 hours in this game, and I stream it 5 days a week, and I play it in my free time. So what do you think my answer is gonna be, my baba? I'm always curious what the expected response is when people come in with that question. Like, what did you want to hear? Ooh, it's a White Rider. High mag, though. Ugh. I know I was entering data today, I had to type quad X a lot. I spelled it quag every time. You're welcome. Hey, Lyman, thank you for the 21 months. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If the White Rider wasn't affected by the native items hotfixes, was affected, I sure haven't noticed. That's something that we should probably double check. They do have ways of, like, fixing things as well, so even if it was already checked, it should probably be double checked.
Girl and she's on fire. There you go, Cracky.
As a new class, it's a lot of fun. Are melee builds more superior than gun builds as far as maximum damage output? It's a complicated answer there, Symphony, but if I had to give a yes or no, yes. Melee is capable of some incredibly high burst damage, and if you have enough stuff like swing speed, which this new weapon especially excels at, you can turn that into sustained damage. One of the fastest C50 Maker kills I know of is Lazy killing the Maker with a melee build in under 2 seconds. Just like bonk it in the face. Under 2 seconds. Melee is some of the strongest damage available in this game. Melee through the various outlets it has, be it regular attack swings, be it Stab-O-Matic, Ghostblade, Storm Dragon's Judgment. You know, it's just good. Guns are easier application, melee can achieve higher damage. There are some situations where guns can like put out really good damage as well, or trigger things that do good damage. Like for example, guns trigger Geist in the Shell and play the angles, which are significant. But melee in terms of actual like player hands-on is just really, really strong. And it's also very tanky, because you have very good access to healing. So yes, melee builds are tankier than gun builds just by existing. The command for your setup? I don't, but I can go over the spec for you in detail if you would like me to, in Genjuro. In Genjuro? Please correct me on your name. Just remind me in the loot room. Just ping me in the loot room, and I'll do a full thing for you. I was curious because I see a lot of people, C50 runs where people use melee builds. It just so happens that a lot of us who are enthusiastic about endgame are really jazzed by the fact that this game didn't leave melee behind in the way that, for example, the last couple of releases did. Like, actually swinging a melee weapon, doing your physical melee keybind is very viable in this game. So a lot of us are just enamored with that. But it also happens to be really, really good. Pronounce it right? Which time? I said 2 different ways. I already forgot which one I did first. That's about right. Cool. Got Wastered in 1 Ghostblade. In Genjuro? Ah, got it. Thank you, thank you. I like getting people's names right. Wastard getting sunned by Quag's always fun to watch. I like doing it. Wastard is my favorite boss to just completely clown in this game. Because he's intimidating, but like, once you actually get the hang of the game, he's probably the easiest boss in the game. I legitimately think there's an argument for Lachance being more threatening than Wastard. Lachance hits hard? Exactly. Like, Lachance hits hard in a way that you have a much harder time dodging than Wastard, who struggles to hit you while you're standing still. Constantly find myself going down against Lachance, I don't know why. He does have ranged adds. Also, he has a ranged attack that hits quite hard. Also, there's water in the arena. Any of those things could be contributing to your situation. Lachance can just suddenly throw an anchor at you. The first few times I didn't see it. Yeah, if you're not looking at him, it can just kind of happen and get you off guard. Why am I on fire? Beef to pick with you. I hate your minimap settings. I get why, but I hate it. What, you prefer the one that rotates with you? I find it so much harder to know where anything is with that. Like, if the minimap is fixed and my character rotates within it, then I know exactly where everything in the room is in relation to me. And the room layout, I never lose track of it. But if I change it to rotate with me, then yeah, I'll know, okay, that's in front of me, that's in front of me. But, like, I don't know what part of the room is where without looking. So, like, you have more information with this style than with the other style. Or at least more readily available information. I should probably put it that way instead. I get it, I just hate it. Understandable. Understandable. Irrationally. Okay, fine, I'll Ghostblade it. Sorry for the flashbang. Where'd you go? I was trying to save my Ghostblade, but no. Gotta actually do this. Ugh. Team rotating map here. Loving a Blight at the moment, torn between what to do with it at endgame. Blood of the Fallen Plague Storm or Blight Guy's Spirit Swarm. Lean towards Swarm because it can target Imelda, Feodor's Crystals, but Plague Storm can't hit Banshee, but also Plague Storm. Cool. Does it not hit Banshee in the same way Ghostblade doesn't, where it can, but just doesn't in some positions? What exactly does markings do to skulls unlock the spots or your crystals? The markings are what let you get raid bosses, Symphony. So they're little previews of raid boss mechanics, and then they open up a portal to the associated boss at the end of your run. There's a swing speed bug. Lightning bolts just don't target at all. Lightning goes for the skulls, just refuse to target Banshee. That's unfortunate. Yeah, maybe not Plague Storm there, then. The attack speed's tasty. Yeah, dog, man. Salt and Battery is great, but I think Rage Handle gives it a real run for its money in swing builds now because just the raw number of hits. Like, who cares about a Dagger Storm when you can just hit that many times yourself? I think it's up there with Salt and Battery. Less individual per hit damage, but crazy sustained output. Also good survivability because you can constantly trigger things like Vampire. Spirit Swarm doesn't have the issues you were describing, Viper, so maybe go that direction. Hope they take the melee mechanics from this game and implement them into BL4. Love it so much. They've made really good core game advancements with this one that I hope they stick with for future titles. Back to BL3, just didn't like the gameplay as much. I can still go back and forth personally, because there's some things in BL3 that haven't gotten as much attention here, like ground slam mechanics. But there's some things I do miss. Like being able to hold down your melee button. Might sound small, but it's really big. Hey Shiner. I was watching a small stream over the weekend, 10 people just bitching about Wonderlands not being BL3. They verbally attacked a couple of us for defending Wonderlands. Just want to say thank you for always giving your viewers mutual respect and calling out the trolls. We'll continue to do so, Shiner. Those people who just can't behave do not represent any of us. And, if I gotta use my platform to make sure everybody knows that, I'll do it. Ground slams would go so well here, especially with two-handers. Yeah, we just don't have any ground slam effects except for Workinar's cog. I really hope they do introduce some gear that has ground slam effects. At some point, you know? Oh. Which room is Gloop in this featured? I never bothered to get Gloop, so I guess we only have 2 bosses this run. But that's fine. Thought you could hold your melee button down in Wonderlands. You can. I'm saying you can't in BL3. So like what I'm doing right now, this doesn't work in BL3. Oh, between the fortifying sigil and amped up, that saved my life. Like, amped up actually just saved my life. Because it was restoring my wards a little bit faster than the fire dot was taking them down, so it stopped it from getting to my HP where it would have killed me. That was satisfying. This mosquito? Yeah. We have mosquito on right now. This build still kills very quickly without it, but we have mosquito on right now. It's a bad mosquito, in fairness. I think Gloop's room 4 after Obelisk. Cool. I'll have to remember that for the next one. Such a good skill. It really is. It really, really is. Tried an Exi-Blade here yet? Not yet. What is happening? Also, hang on, that's so fucking loud. I got the animation bug. That's gonna down me. Wait, actually, the shield on my gun just saved me. Spawn some ads. Fucking clutch. It's just so funny. I turned the wrong way. Don't mind me. You're a question on how to get the masculine Grim voice. I don't see Grim A, Grim B is just through the pitch slider. Yeah, you just adjust the pitch. Maybe a dumb question, do the increase element damage by percent add that element onto your attack? No, they don't. What kind of crossbow does Mosquito Mantle apply? A terrifying kind. That does insane amounts of damage.
See you later, Death. Oh, you're gonna die so bad, dude. Like, so bad. It's just, man, it's really just embarrassing how much you're gonna die when you try it.
That's a goblin repellent? No, this is a scalawag.
Look into this.
Come on. And regular enemies getting in the way.
Me? One. Life.
It was fun. We leaded a fair amount of rooms, so we gave Bark a lot of HP.
I never want to wait again.
I think Geist would work well with Fury chucking. Yeah, Pollination. I actually have some thoughts on that. I want to do some lightning bolt chucking stuff with Geist. Sounds like a good time. Mosquito wasn't so broke that you didn't have to actually fight Bunny. If I, one, had a Mosquito with any passives actually helping me, 2 was properly element matching, 3 was trying to break Mosquito, I could. But yeah, it doesn't play the game for you. It is just extremely strong. Barkenstein's still one of my favorite boss fights in Wonderlands, especially if you don't pop all the corrosive bubbles before they hit the ground. At that point, it becomes a horror movie trying to figure out where it's at. I really enjoy the fight as well. Triple spell damage, rain, and calamity. Shame it's only volatile. Learn something new about this fight every time I see Quag do it. Hey, I'm glad, Flib. It's just one of those fights I really enjoy doing. Sometimes I don't try to melt Bark, specifically because I just enjoy the fight a lot. I really do. It's my dream. I want them to give us a way to fight multiple Barks at once. Like, Gearbox, if you're listening, I've been a good boy, please. I've been a good boy. Hey Samantha Vaz, how you doing? Been a good boy, he says, with Mosquito Mail equipped. Oh, I forgot. I promised a build breakdown. So, this is my Ghostblade setup, where we get an amusing amount of base crit chance, 56.1% currently. Now, you could have a lot more. I am missing a crit chance roll in my armor. My rings could definitely be improved. I could have more stab up power in my amulet. All of that could give me more total crit chance. You could also get the other roll of Rage Handle. This can roll up to 20% base. So with a 20% base Rage Handle, it's entirely possible to have resting 90% melee crit chance. Like 90% showing up here. Without having hit anything with the Rage Handle yet, which is kind of terrifying, but it's possible. It's possible. Stabo Tree down to Alchemical Agent, as most melee setups do. It's just insane amounts of damage. Over in the Blight Tree, take Virulence for chance and duration. Duration helps Alchemical Agent. Wraithmail for survivability, Flawless Edge for damage, and that is assisted by Wraithmail and Amped Up, giving us good uptime on it. Bogged Down lets us apply Soaked with the Poison Scalawag and the Poison Barbalode, that's why we're using a poison one. And then we've got Frostbite for melee damage and crit chance, both very nice things to have. And Toxicity, yes, Stomach Growl, which is crit damage and active skill cooldown, which is also very nice to have. Blightcaller Class Feat gives us elemental damage, which is pretty nice. And then hero points wise, we max crit damage, max status damage, rest crit chance. Gear wise, you want a weapon that has a good DPS profile. So like, you want a good mix of damage, swing speed, and crit chance. Now Rage Handle's very low on the crit damage side of things. You can get a hilt roll that has 10% more. But I think getting the swing speed on Rage Handle is the biggest thing. Other good candidates for this, you could run a Great Axe, which has an excellent damage profile. Look at that. 1500 damage, which is the low roll for Ascended, by the way. Can get up to 170% crit damage. The crit chance isn't fantastic, but the swing speed is decent. And most importantly, the damage and crit damage are quite good. You could also go Snake Stick. You go Pickaxe. Got a bunch of options there. Amulet-wise, I'm running Barb Load right here to assist in spreading Soaked and lets my Ghostblade do some multi-target stuff. Fortifying Sigil is nice for defense and is a little bit of a damage buff. Ghostblade Enchant here is just great. Crit damage, crit chance. Body Rune Enchant here is up to you. I like this one. The Body Rune's great. Mosquito Mantle because it's absolutely insane, but you've got other damage options here. And then rings with melee stuff. The gun here is a Scalawag. I'm using a poison one because that lets me trigger Bog Down. Melee crossbolts ×2. Blade. This one could be better. It could have the crit mult, but we don't ultimately care how much damage this one does, which is why it's fine that this is only a chaotic. How do you proc shield regen based on shock damage already? Reliably? Because Contagion. Contagion will apply a different element dot than the one I applied when it triggers, and I'm applying Cryo and Fire very frequently, and Poison. So those will all have the ability to rotate into shock, and also if I happen to use my live wire, that's another way of doing it. Does Selective Amnesia dot count as a fire dot for Burn Offering? I don't know. Thank you for testing. Thank you for testing. Claw gives better crit stats, but Blight gives easy soaked, and you can take Executioner's Blade without losing much. A bit of discussion on Claw versus Blight for secondary class for this build. In the camp that Blight provides more for Ghostblade over Claw. So, yeah, Claw gives Awe, which is significantly more crit chance than Frostbite, and it is more crit damage than Toxicity. That much is nice. And you get Dragon Aura instead of Whisper of Rot, which does mean, at the very least, you are even on elemental damage. However, if you happen to have Blight Power for any reason, which I think the optimal class combo for armor for this would, then Whisper of Rot becomes stronger than Dragon Aura. Now, you lose Oath of Thunder, but instead you get the survivability of Wraithmail and Amped Up, and you get Bogged Down instead of Oath of Thunder. Now, you can have Soaked on the Claw setup, but it's not passive the way it is here. Also, you get Flawless Edge from here, which is 30% global damage, up to 30% global damage, that Clawbringer Tree doesn't give you. And Blight actually gives you melee damage in Tree, which, again, Claw does not. So, I am leaning towards Blight over Claw for Ghostblade. Awe versus Frostbite's crit chance are kind of the same. You can get 6 out of 3 Awe to double it. That's what I'm referring to. Awe on armor scales just better. You can also get Frostbite on armor, but like Awe on armor is just better. And Awe's crit damage is the Shrine kind, so it's just superior to Toxicities. Tell me why it's a good idea for the Mosquito armor to double dip everything. I wouldn't go as far to say it was a good idea, but it is certainly a thing that happened. Crabbert, best melee class, true. Was better crit stats be better for Mosquito? On paper for Holio, but in practice you're hitting so many times, and like think about it, with the class that has less crit chance, essentially, I'm still running around with a base of 56% before Rage Handle, and before having Frostbite up and all that. OBS is giving me a laser light show for my bitrate. Is it stable on your end for you guys? Looks okay here? Okay. Saw your BO3 build showcase on the YouTube archive the other day, and now I'm doing takedowns again, miss BO3. As stable as I am? Well, that's not awe-inspiring. Love you, Dex. Yeah, Lonely Star. BO3 is great. I enjoy playing both BO3 and Wonderlands, and after all the stuff is out for DLC 4 for this game, depending on what updates come, I might mix a BL3 day into the schedule. Just because I like playing both. Heard about the pre-sequel mods? Just pre-sequel modding in general? Yeah, I'm aware of it. Okay, what do we got in here? Spell converting paradigm with blast gasp. Meh. Hey, Lagoon. Thank you so much for the 20 months. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow, we spent all those crystals, and, like, all of this armor sucks.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Qua.
Qua, indeed. Thank you so much. Give me 1 second. Gotta head out. Take it easy, Viper. You have a good one. Alright, let's try the hammer throw setup through the mirror. I haven't done that yet, and I want to. Perhaps need some adjustment. I would like certain things to be made a little more player friendly. Yeah, I get on board with that. Alright, let's head over to Dreamvale. True, you can't get the new armor from bunnies till week 4. There's more than one armor, but the mosquito mail is available from week 1, and the wheel, but all of the DLC gear requires beating Form 4 for it to be in the bunnies. It is locked to the wheel and the actual content until you've beaten week 4. Thought the new armor is week 2. There's more than one armor, Pico. Mosquito mail is week 1. I do not bypass the week system.
Hey, little devil.
Hungry for adventure, are we? Bandits, skeletons, and loot galore.
So many? Yeah.
In these mirrors. Tell me, hero, is there anything in this world you're afraid of?
Me? I laugh in the face of fear. I eat it for breakfast with a fresh glass of...
Oh yeah, with the awe change, I don't really need to use a fire one anymore. I still don't like that.
I can't believe how much money they took.
Interactive gameplay. Yeah. Which awe change? Oath of Fire and Oath of Thunder now trigger awe. Which means I don't need to run a Fire Scalawag because I can just shoot literally anything with a single point in Oath of Fire and it works. Which is a change that I've been against for a long time because it does just remove interactivity. Doesn't make you any stronger, just removes interactivity. Is it confirmed no other bonus elements trigger awe outside of Oath of Fire Thunder? Yes. It was tested. Which is good. So, as Sen said, crisis averted, Tyrex. Karo Scalawag optimal? Maybe. Maybe. I'm thinking Dark Magic, honestly, Black Panther.
Don't forget the interest. I lost so much gold in stocks.
You were getting awe on Slip and Stun.
They're not all magical, you know.
So, have they all been tested? Good armors to farm for Dreadwind. Mosquito Mail, Warp Paradigm, Selective Amnesia, Cape of Tides. Those are all ones I like for that. Oh, it's now just a class feat. Yeah, it's just kind of passive. Makes it really less interesting. Not a huge fan of that. Gonna ask what this build does, and then I realize it's Quag, so I'll probably use Hammer to apply Alchemical Agent. I want to be contrary and argue with you, but no, that's exactly what it does. Should be all fire or lightning bonus elements proc awe. No other skills can be procced by bonus elements. Ah, so that's how they did it. So I, technically speaking, don't even need Oath of Fire because Body Rune. I could just let Wyvern handle it until I get a single kill, and then Body Rune. Ow. You hit hard.
We've got the gold. And now it's time to find a few fools to go with it. They'll be the ones we
Argue anyway, lean into it. It's the internet way. Oh, it's the Wonderlands version of Oprah giving away free shit on her show. I like it.
He turned all my old standards into actual giant flags with his face on them. And they're protected, of course, by skeletons in my closet. They like to play dead, even though they're always lurking in the back of my mind. Get up, you're not fooling anyone.
Happy neuron activation noises. Alright, where's the first manor? Oh, it's this one. Hey, Envoy. What's happening is Mosquito meta here. I don't have it on this build, but Mosquito Male is just kind of insanely strong to the point where currently there's very few builds I wouldn't say it's optimal on. Like, it's just that ridiculously good. Very hard to make an argument in favor of not running Mosquito Male other than personal enjoyment. Really do some objective markers in this room. I mean, you get a sky beam anytime the banner spawns. You just need to be looking at the sky when you complete one. You just need to be paying attention to where the first one is, and then they all self-report as you complete. Can't wait for the next 10 build videos on YouTube to be Mosquito Pixies. I wonder if Gun Pixies will pick up some steam compared to Spell Pixies with Geist in the Shell in the mix. Because you could run like Spore, Blight for Play the Angles and Geist, and then use Whatnots instead of Fear Nots. Gun Pixies and proc Geist. Yeah, they're gun damage. Even Dagger Storms can proc Geist if they crit. Specifically gun Dagger Storms, but... Morning, Rome. How are you? It's so crazy to me, people throw Pixies on every build, and that's what happens when you get something ridiculously strong that just never gets tuned down that also doesn't require you to play the game. It is simply free real estate. Issue there is just run Fear Not Strikes. Yeah, Fear Not Strikes you get crossbolts and all the benefits of Whatnot Pixies. Yeah, Fear Not Strikes would just be better.
How could I have been so blind to all of these flags before?
Trying to pretend that I'm functional at work on 3 hours of sleep. I stayed up a little late last night. I haven't been feeling well, so I kind of messed up my sleep schedule by taking a pain nap. I feel you. Hey LGD, how you doing? Look at my cool Feral Surge build, spends first 10 seconds of boss kill, throwing Pixies activating Buffbuster. I want Feral Surge to, like, be viable. They gave it a new enchant in the patch. If you guys didn't know, there's 4 new enchants in the patch. 3 of them for Blightcaller, 1 of them for Berserker. And it's a Feral Surge one. It's actually pretty cool. It lets you spam Feral Surge quite a bit as long as you're meleeing. But the problem with it is Feral Surge still doesn't do damage. So like, what do you do with that information? Like, sure, you can spam it more, especially against bosses, but like, to what end? Tried to use Feral Surge plus Claw Capstone wasn't good enough. Yeah, they just don't have great base damage in both cases there.
Is your name osteoporosis?
Hope you're feeling better. Niece came into town, so you're just up BSing. Hey, I'm glad you're getting quality time.
I need to think about my life. These are all bad eggs. Don't feel bad about breaking them. I really want an omelet now. Seriously though, how did they get the instrument in the egg? Which is laid first, the egg or the wyvern?
There we go. See, this room's pretty quick.
This loot,
Did my wyvern kill something? I swear I just heard a legendary drop somewhere.
including one that will make you happy too.
Oh well. Not my problem. No, there was. Oh well. It didn't sound like a Chaos Tier drop.
I knew this
Vesper wants you to make her breakfast.
plan once. They scattered my memories to make sure I'd stay lost. But the further you go, the clearer my mind gets. Which is why I can point you.
The bug that reduced enemy scaling still around? Yeah, it's a thing that can still randomly happen. LGD.
That doesn't mean I was one of them. I just know things. Anyway, only the most badass spiders will hold the levers you need to access the treasury.
Man, I really do like this content. It's just fun. I really like the environments and the feeling of progression as you're going through the activity. Frustrating when trying to judge my build's damage output. It do be like that, yeah. Return, welcome back, Rabbit. How you doing? Wish the room you're in had more enemies? Yeah. That would be my only real thing I would want changed with this, other than, you know, of course, make the final boss drop more stuff. The density in this room could go up, but that's pretty much it. Like, otherwise, as a piece of content, I really, really like this mirror.
Make that look so easy. Fighting, walking around, places.
Like, I'm pretty sure I've already done Mirror 4 more times in the last 2 days. Than I've done Mirror 2 ever. Working on the most important thing in that game, getting a good KD. Planet side? Yeah. Had to get in the higher end of Mirror 3 just because that boss fight wasn't fun for me. Feodor is one that I tend to skip. It's fun in small doses. But yeah. Between the design choices and the lack of reward, Feodor is not a boss that a lot of people ever feel like doing.
You got a lever?
It just takes too long. Yeah. I can totally see that. I like bullet hell stuff, so I think I still like Feodor, which might not be a majority opinion. But I totally get why people don't. And even though I like the boss, I do tend to skip him. I like the fight too, just sometimes takes more time than the rest of the boss rush combined if he shows up. Yeah.
Let's burn some spell slots.
This troll is taking its time. There it is. Laser hands with 2 charges to do spell shot hotness. Oh, it's a good spell to use in spell shot these days, out of loop, having track of what's hot. Triple ice spikes, still very good. Laser hand is the most popular and is very, very strong. There's a new spell as well. I forget the name. It's the poison one from this DLC that's actually really, really good as well. So any of those 3 are quite nice to have for caster build. Wicked Gossip, that's the name. Wicked Gossip is actually really good. Let me open this. Well, good thing you can melee to open those.
While you were raiding that treasury, I remembered something else they stole from me. The light of my life.
Haven't had a chance to try it. I've been working on unlocking side stuff, my Blight Collar. It's good single target and good mopping. It's a little awkward to aim compared to, say, a laser hand, but it's good.
Yes, this whole place is burning. We must be close. If I seem cold, it's because these monsters stole my soul fire. We all need a light in our lives, and mine was ripped from my heart. By the looks of it, they're keeping it here.
That was so nightmarishly close. Love hearing the hammer go through a flying enemy. Why am I still on fire? What is happening? Why am I still... Okay, that was just a really long duration.
Wyvern has my fire. I hope it gives you heartburn, you block-headed fool.
Morning, Slushy. How you doing? Oh, so this is easier than Vorkanar because you can just crouch under the fire. You know, this is a fight where Ghostblade might actually be the play. Because it is static. I still prefer hammer throw. I'm a weird human. Yeah, I've heard some people say that, they feel like this is harder than Vorkanar. The terrain is so much more forgiving. I guess you have more dangerous adds, but that goes back to the thing where people conflate ad damage with boss damage in this game. It's not the boss at all, it's just... there's ads. That's why boss damage nerfs don't actually help. The boss is rarely even the thing hitting you. Hey, Struggle Bus, how are you? We're working on today. Taking this build through the mirror. Because I want to try out some of the new gear on it.
My powers.
Hey, Scott.
Oh, my luscious fiery gold.
Even literally the same loot pools? They do. They do. So, I don't know if you saw a post in Discord, but the Amnesia having Blight Collar is too powerful in that character. Randomly take a ton of damage from its puddle and get down. So I kind of like it. Super risk reward. Yeah, Amnesia on setups where you don't have the healing to outpace the burn is, like, very intense. Like, if I tried to run Amnesia on the setup, it would be killing me more than the enemies. You mean by add damage? I mean from the side enemies, not the boss. The other enemies in the fight. Vorkanar is a good boss. I wish he was flying. No. Why would you want him to be harder to hit for the majority of the builds?
Rich's powers. If I was alone, I would swaddle myself in them and never leave. As for now, we have one last task to execute.
Jump pads make the fight easier. Can never be hit by boss attacks. You stay on the high ground or on the lowest ground. You can crouch under the rotating flames, or you can just go over all of it. It's nice to have choices. show the build when you're done? Absolutely. Love this love triangle you have with Blight, Staff, and Claw. Me too.
My one piece of advice for the monster you're about to face: show no fear. Cast doubt from your mind. They are the living embodiment of every lost soul's fear. He feeds on our pain.
No health files? Really?
Deliver it instead.
That's just good life advice. Ouch.
Well, that's the measure of you, isn't it?
Oh yeah, you're immune to fire. Oh, I'm stuck in his hitbox. Let me out. Did you eat me? Chat, I'm stuck. Oh, hey, I'm good now. No, stop eating me. Hello? There we go.
Incredible. You defeated fear itself.
Suck a shitbox.
How does it feel?
Dragon just pooped you right out and did.
Moment of my life feels full of glorious purpose and heroic wonder.
Of course. You've collected more than enough lost souls to merit a reward.
Ooh, that's a good amount of souls, actually.
Menagerie, and we'll settle up.
It's a good amount of souls. I should be super effective on a Pokemon style.
In that world is to try. It's good to see you again. New challenges await if you're
Alright, give me a nice claw power mosquito mail. Oh, and I said I'd go over the build. So, Storm Dragon's Judgment, we take Clawbringer all the way down to Indomitable for some survivability, a little bit of situational damage. Awe for a really nice boost to crit damage and crit chance. And then we go Stabo to Alchemical Agent. And we are using a Spell Blade to apply spell bonuses to the Hammer Throw. And we throw Hammer. We have Empowering Sigil. Theurge. This enchant is fun because 50% spell cooldown after throwing the hammer gives just enough that if I strategically plan out my sigil activations, I can loop back and forth between sigil and hammer throw. And that's just a good time. The mask is really important to build too. Yeah, it is. It's the most important bit. Also happens if Orcanar occasionally rush into melee, hit lands, and I just travel into their character model, can't get out, and just fucking die. It does happen from time to time, yeah. Fitting for mosquito armor? You're not incorrect. Rainbolt is pretty good for Blightcaller for just spamming status effect. It's not going to do any meaningful damage, and it locks down your left hand for a long time, and the cooldown kind of sucks, but it will apply a bunch of status. It's a very bad rage handle. That can get as low as 1.2 on the swing speed. That's gross. Yeah, it did not get the back part there. If you don't have a spike on the back, then you don't have that attack speed. Ugh, gross. Guessing loot won't be in the bunnies till phase 4 is out. Correct.
Don't need me to spell it out for you.
You're correct.
The bravest, most valorous warrior in Brighthoof.
With your talent, undoubtedly. And I don't say this to everyone.
Run a paradigm? Yeah. Actually, no, I'm not at the moment. I'm running plate mail at the moment. I have a paradigm. I've been running plate mail for the heal. I forgot that I was doing that. Hey, a Frost Blightcaller Barbaload. Status chance isn't the best, but like, it's a Barbaload. Blight Burr Mosquito Mantle. Gun ability crit chance. I guess the ability and ability crit chance would help the Geists. Let's make some room. Good combo for gun build isn't Misdancer and Blue Blight Collar.
Fear itself, literally.
The same things that have been combos for the entire game, Irish. You already know this. The secret formula. Protagonizer. Imagine if I got a good protagonizer. I did get one, but I want a better one. Vengeance is such a cool gun, if you guys have not used it. It's basically like... So, you remember the replay from BL3? It's like that if it had stickies, and if those stickies were the size of, like, flacker shots. It's so cool. Primordial Dahlia Fealty Oath. Mag size and crit. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Could do, skeet prod stuff with that. I don't know what people like using.
A ward a day keeps the demons away.
How do you create
Burst Stabbo would probably be my favorite gun build, not including Blight
Cosmos, the stars.
or Misdancer.
Everything is borrowed. Dreams, time, even life itself.
So, Frost Shiver. What do you like to use? Yeah, that's the better question. Our Lord and Savior Skeet Prod. Skeet Prod with, Mosquito kinda sounds crazy. But, you know, everything with Mosquito does. And Ability Sharks, man. I never see those. Actually gonna pick that up. Mosquito, new biggest crutch? Actually, yes. It's just one of those items, if you want more damage, just damage, no strings attached, just have more damage. There you go. It also gives cooldown to either spell or action skill, depending on what you got for a roll. I'm not reading that for Holio. I will not dirty my mouth with that. There's plenty of ways I'll dirty my mouth, but not like that.
Keep it away from me, then. I need my vision clear, thank you.
Do it. Guessing Mosquito will be nerfed fixed soon. The thing about that struggle bus is we thought the same thing when they buffed the entire Torg manufacturer. We thought the same thing back in BL3 when Moses' skills started getting mayhem scaling. Like, we've thought that many times. They don't frequently actually nerf things that come out in an overpowered state. It's very rare. Very rare. So, like, I'm not gonna say count on Mosquito staying the way it is, but I'm also gonna say don't hold your breath for it changing. Save, quick, clear the ground. If Mosquito did 0 damage, it'd still be a pretty good armor. Oh yeah, it'd be great. Because, how many ways can you get cooldown from an armor? Not many.
Now there's a face I'm always happy to see. And don't mind the mirrors near me. I was talking to you.
Just kind of hurts build diversity ever builds using Mosquito. Oh, I agree. It's the same reason I'm generally against Buffmeister. It's one of those, hey, you want other thing do damage? Use that. But I'll use Mosquito for now because it's a shiny new toy. Yeah, they give you a lot of souls for Mirror 4 runs. Big fan of that. At least Amnesia has a downside. That's one of the things I really like about it. I like trade-off mechanics. Fits my personal taste very well. The fact that it comes from difficulty 1 I think is a little silly. Yes and no. It means that it's accessible. If this was a Chaos tier, I'd take it, but it's not, so... Like... It'd be one of those things that... If they put it behind week 4, think about it. There's always people who bypass the week system. I don't personally do that or care for doing that, but there's always people who bypass it and run around with it on day 1 of the DLC drop, right? So you'd have people doing that, making content about how overpowered the item is, and then if it was to be addressed before everyone else could get hands on it, then you'd have people being like, you nerfed it before I could get it, that's not fair. Putting it in week 1 just kind of stops that in its tracks. You know? Okay, let's do some Dreadwinding. I'll take Dreadwind through the mirror as well. It's favorite secondary class for Blight so far. Stabo, but I think that's everyone's favorite secondary with Blight, honestly. I do want to do some Blight Spore stuff. I know Moxie was doing some of that. Blight Burr is something I haven't investigated much yet. One of those saves is that, but testing is still ongoing. Thought of making a Furior build like in the story play you did. I have done Furior stuff. It was months ago. But yeah, I've lightning bolt chucking set up that I do want to update. And I'll do some Blight Caller lightning chucking, because those can apply pretty decent status effects with Formula, and that with Spirit Swarm sounds like a good time. Okay. Anything I can spend Moon Orbs on this character? Perfect. How do you set up Blight Spore? PTA guys? Yeah. I would probably be doing PTA if using regular guns, or I would go Spirit Swarm and do the Fury or Chuck on that multi-class combo. Hey fan, good to see you. Hope you're well.
The so-called embodiment of terror who lurks in this glittering glass.
Even if they fix it soon, there will be people say they use it as a tool to get people to buy the DLC before it's fixed. Oh yeah, people still come around and say that shit about the ion cannon in BL3. I'm like, no. No.
Music to my wallet.
You serious still? Yeah, it happened a couple streams ago. I think it's worth to buy compared to Borderlands 3. I like both games, so. Borderlands 3 is my favorite in the series. This game is my second favorite. If you like the build crafting side of things, you know, build crafting, gear grinding, if you like dungeon crawler style games like Diablo, Path of Exile, then this game scratches that itch a bit more than a mainline Borderlands game does. If you're a more story-focused person, maybe wait for a sale. But if you're a builder, then yeah, this game will be worth it. Didn't someone just say that here when you did BL3 stream? Yeah. That is a thing that happened.
I can't believe how much money they took from me. This helps though. Don't forget the interest.
How could you forget Skyrim? Because it's not a dungeon crawler. Mirror 4 room with the chest and center. Yeah, I had that the last run. You could just melee it. Little quality of life features. You can melee or ground slam. Shoot it with a stab-o-matic. Throw a hammer at it. Hammer might not actually work.
This world is not for you.
Isn't both building games? Tried pre-sequel from Tiny for 2 hours. Seriously, looks a bit confusing. Pre-sequel from Tiny. I don't know what that means. Hey, Uncle Noble. How are you?
The ruler of this realm is painfully literal. So as he robbed me of myself,
The one-shot Dragon Keep? Yeah, that's just a Borderlands 2 DLC with some tweaks made standalone. It's a different game.
protected, of course, by skeletons in my closet.
So just like how, say, Halo and Rainbow Six are both first-person PvP-oriented shooters, that doesn't necessarily mean that every building looter shooter game is the same game. If you want a different game than Borderlands 3 that still has the same sort of tropes that you like, then this game would be up your alley. It is the same but different. This is my tankiest build, and I love it. I can play very aggressively. Using test dummies in this room to do build testing. You could probably stand there ricocheting off of them. There's 2 hours free to play, looking for a couch co-op game, 75 to 80 is a lot, or not 100% sure on buying. So if you're looking for a couch co-op, if you're just going to do story playthroughs, I think this game is still a good contender. The playthrough content of this game, when you're fresh to it, is really enjoyable. You have 7 character classes to choose from, 6 if you don't have the DLCs. And you can mix and match your classes. After a certain story point, you get the ability to pick up a second. So you have a lot of stuff you can toy around with as you go through. You've got a very robust character creation system. If you look here, my character is fully custom. Like, this is character I designed, you know, with the... I chose the helmet and the colors for the armor and all that. And that part's pretty neat. You can choose your character's voice. There's a bunch of different voice sets. There's a lot of really fun side quests in this game. Not only is the main story generally been very well received, but the side quests have a lot of character. And I personally think you would get your money's worth out of this game. Now, I can't comment on the co-op, couch co-op specifically experience. I don't know how well that plays. I've seen some complaints about the stability and optimization of that aspect of the game. I don't know if the latest patch has done a lot to improve that, so someone else would have to clarify on that. But I do think this game is enjoyable and worth its price tag. I would say, unless you are really into build crafting and endgame content, maybe wait for a sale for the DLCs, with the exception of the 4th one, because it includes a character class. But this game has what I like. I would also like to know that, J-Bridge. Didn't really understand that bit. Couch co-op utterly broken, unfortunately never got to work even after patch. That's sad to hear. So yeah, if you're looking to get the game specifically for split screen, maybe wait in that case. That's unfortunate. Didn't catch us to buy it, really. I'm still not even sure what you are referring to be honest. And the impression you're giving is that you made up your mind already. Like, I said my piece. I said what I like. I said my opinion. It's up to you at the end of the day.
Vision you are.
But it really sounds like you made up your mind. Played Borderlands in a split-screen mode. Which one? Because the games are very different from each other.
Magic time!
Honestly, sometimes there's too many options. I think too many options is a good problem to have, because you can always narrow the scope of which things you're consuming. Like, if build crafting, like all the different guns and stuff, is too overwhelming, you can just focus on a couple things you like, and then progressively branch out. Something like Borderlands 3, for example, is so ridiculously vast in the number of gameplay options that someone getting into it now would absolutely be really overwhelmed, because those of us who are already familiar with the game had almost 3 years now to get comfortable. I do like Black Collar. I really like it. 3. And Borderlands 3 didn't really grab me in co-op. I mean... maybe these games aren't for you, then. If it's not of interest to you as a game genre, then that's perfectly okay. Different people like different things. But I would say Borderlands 3 is like the best showing of just
Song in my heart.
these kinds of games, these gearbox looter shooters. So if that one didn't get you, there's a solid chance that it's just not for you.
This world is a mix of memory and imagination. Like a song where you only remember every other rhyme.
There a badass rank system on here? There is, but it's probably my least favorite implementation of a badass rank type system, because myth rank doesn't have any sort of limiters. Like, there's no diminishing returns on when you invest a point how much stat gain you get. So I've self-imposed a cap. You see here it says my myth rank's 848, but I have 368 unspent points. That's because I just stopped spending at 480. That's 20% in each of the uncapped nodes. You can potentially get like thousands of percentages of damage boosts from myth rank, and there's no toggle to turn it off. There's no respec system, so it'll just apply to all your characters. I've chosen not to invest much because of that. But if you like actual unlimited power, then yeah, myth rank will be up your alley.
I mean, wow, that's... wow. Hero work isn't all it's cracked up to be, is it? I guess in this realm, wyverns lay instruments. Those wyverns sure know how to lay a beat down. Wyverns. More like, why not die already burns, right? I really want an omelet now. This
Thanks, you're welcome. An off switch, a toggle or a respec option for myth rank would be very welcome.
place like the back of my hand once. They scattered my memories to make sure I'd stay lost. But the further you go,
Is if you do not limit yourself, if you play this game the amount I do, and you do not limit yourself on myth rank investment, myth rank becomes more impactful than skill trees very quickly.
that doesn't mean I was one of them. I just know things.
Like, think about it. If someone invested just 15 points more than me in each of the categories, so if I took my point investment from 480 to 540, it would be like wearing 4 additional rings. It'd be like, instead of, 2 ring slots, it'd be like if I had 6. And that's just with 15 additional points. Or I suppose that's 60, 15 per quadrant, but yeah. Borderlands 3 is probably the best co-op lands game. Everyone has their own loot. There's a lost loot machine of lag caused us to fall through the floor. Plenty of DLCs to go through with friends. Yeah, and then you've got really good dialogue, enjoyable endgame activities that don't revolve around save quitting, which is really hard to keep a group together. Like, if you have to keep going to the main menu to reset an activity, it makes playing co-op less than fun. But with BL3, you've got things like slaughters, proving grounds, takedowns that you can just be in for a long time. Arms race with friends is also fun. This game is good in that vein as well. Chaos Chamber does not have a high density of load screens. If Shift can handle it. If Shift can handle it. You raise a good point. Good dialogue, bro, insert cringy joke. I mean, you've kind of been using Oblivion NPC level dialogue today, Irish. Glass houses, my guy. The narrator in Bounty of Blood was awesome. Yeah, I liked that quite a bit. Everything Wainwright says is gold. Clay saying smooth operator. Stop right there, criminal scum. I remember one instance of someone saying bro in any of the DLCs. Isn't there one in DLC 1 with what's his face? The guy. Or is that DLC 2? The guy. Why is my brain malfunctioning right now? The side quests. I liked Gage in Guns Love and Tentacles. Yeah, it was fun. Jack? No. The other guy. The guy with the thing. Yeah, the guy with the thing. This is gonna bother the shit out of me. It's a side quest in DLC. It's got continuity between either base game and a DLC or 2 different DLCs. It's, Is it Chad? Is it him? Or is it someone else? There's definitely a guy who says bro. Max Sky. Yeah, Max Sky. That guy. He says bro, right? Great Escape. That's the one. Oh, thank you, chat. That was roasting my brain. You know, and sometimes your memory is just a little too selective.
Do the trick. There's treasure waiting to be collected. Seeing your eyes light up in there reminded me that they stole that light from me, on top of everything else. And I know where it is.
1, 2, and 4. That's the one. That's the one.
Yes, this whole place is burning. We must be close. If I seem cold, it's because these monsters stole my soul fire. We all need a light in our lives, and mine was ripped from my heart. Let's go to them keeping it here.
I guess it's like you have selective amnesia. Ah. Ah. That's funny, because that's the armor I'm wearing. I love being this tanky. Enemy? Mod check? Ah, it's you.
Get my soul fire back.
I love how this game kind of makes fun of the dialogue story choice in BO3 too, bro. That Irish, I don't know why I have to spell this out to you. BO3 did not invent bro culture. Okay? You hate Vaughn. Okay, you can select a second personality trait now. Way faster than the hammer throw setup because spin to win.
What my powers! Oh, my luscious, fiery, gorgeous powers!
Get a cookie for that one.
As for now,
As long as it's chocolate chip, what if it's not? There's other equally good flavors, even if you're morally wrong for not having chocolate chip on hand. You gonna land? Yes, no? Do I have to hit you with the other cannon for that? I'm still not quite sure how his landing mechanics work. Yeah, I guess I'll hit the other cannon. Oh no, he landed. Okay. Just take that to the face like a champion. Oh. He's just walking out of the hitbox. Okay.
Laid low by the light.
Okay. Let me get in front of you. There we go. So you have to be in front of him to Dreadwind him, is what I'm learning here. barrel. Oh no, he ate me again. Hitboxes, please. Gotta make dragon chops in 5 easy steps.
How does it feel?
It feels
Possible to make a One-Punch Man build with a Goblin Spin. How about you try and do it?
heroic wonder.
Of course. You've collected more than enough lost souls to merit a reward.
Well, made sugar cookie is so warming and wholesome and full of diabetes.
Shall be dispatched.
Delicious. It's a secret ingredient.
Frostbitten fools will melt in the heat of my righteous.
This tail isn't real. So I've heard of, can anyone confirm? You can get a ×3 Wicked Gossip? That sounds pretty crazy. What's that damage on this? Yeah, Wicked Gossip. This is the spell I was talking about. Up there with the likes of Ice Spikes and Laser Hands, but, you know, in poison. You can get a ×3 here. And that cooldown is like Ice Spike level. And it's got multi-target built in. Like, seems pretty good.
I could have predicted it'd be a weapon, but you didn't pay enough.
A worthy weapon.
Can it naturally crit? I mean, yeah,
I've no doubt you'll
everything can.
make more baddies with it.
Not everything. There's 4 things in the game that can't crit. But, yeah. Weak spot crit? Weak spot crit. That's a different question. Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. I haven't used it extensively enough to know. But I'm gonna hit you with thank you for testing. Chat, Jaybridge just volunteered to test if Wicked Gossip can weak spot crit. Everyone thank Jaybridge. You're welcome. It's funny, DLC melee weapons, you've got Salt and Batter, it's like, I'm the destroyer of worlds for 1 hit. I do so much damage in a single hit, and then I even have lingering damage. And then you've got Rage Handle, which is like, I am the Muda Muda, and I have the highest crit chance. And you have Greed Warden, which is like, hey, I give a little bit of movement speed, I'm decent as a stat stick, I'm not as good as the other stat sticks, but I've got a legitimate role. You've got Petty Tantrum, where you're just like, I suck. That's it, that's the whole thing. It's got terrible crit damage, terrible base damage, terrible swing speed. The crit chance is decent, but its effect is also extremely inconsistent, and it just sucks. Petty Tantrum makes me sad. Coffee Zorark, thank you for 100 bits. Please educate us on melee weapon bonuses like Vamp, Echo, other abilities, assists versus raid bosses. An Ascended Frozen Orb. I'll take that. So, Warrior is hit to do more damage, and also you get a little bit tankier. Vampire is one of the best survivability tools in the game. If you're ever feeling fragile, as long as you have enough swing speed and actual buffer to sustain it, Vampire can be great. For example, on this build, I could run Vampire. I only have Ancient right now. I don't have a Vampire Banshee. Actually, apparently I do. Huh. Cool. Good job, me. But having... So the thing with Vampire is it's 10% of your wards and 10% of your health. Now, 10% of 10,000 is a lot more than 10% of 3,000. So, having a bigger HP pool, like my Frost Shiver does, I have 16,000 HP, 10% of that back per hit is significant. But I'm also getting 10% back of my wards, which is also a big chunk. So Vampire really helps with survivability. Vampire and Warrior is generally the ideal options for hilt mods, but as long as you're getting something other than Amp, it'll be useful for a melee build. Rampage is minimally impactful, but still can be useful. Echo, depending on the weapon, can still be useful. Ancient is nice if you're an action skill centric build. Archmage can be okay if you're using a high value spell and hitting very frequently. Greed Warden move speed is habit forming. Yeah, it's passive, unlike Pickaxe you have to hit. You have to pick up money, I suppose. Thank you for your brain using your body to communicate to my brain that uses my body. You're welcome. Companion damage, action skill cooldown, companion crit. This is trying. If that was ability crit, I would actually have used this for Pog Totem stuff, but nope. Guess they all can't be winners, still waiting for a melee hotfix week. Oh, something that's comforting to hear is Torg is now the best assault rifle manufacturer in any game. At any lands game as of this game. Because it is 1-for-1. It's got one legendary AR, and that one is good. 100% success rate. Giga Chad Torg. An ancient Archmage Twin Soul that I like to use my Black Collar Berserker. The utility is really good. Yeah, Twin Soul is great for getting utility out of hilt mods, because not only does it have the option to get any of them, and you can have two, but it also has the highest base swing speed of any weapon. If you get a 1.94 roll. One question only. Explosions? Not having too much luck here. We'll keep going. How many souls do I have? That run was pretty fast when we were in there, so we can do another one. Still have not found a good use for Bolt Lash. Just doesn't have much damage. But I get them very frequently, as you guys can see. Got an Ascended Protagonizer for Berserker that I don't use. Protagonizer Berserker. I guess if you're gonna do Feral Surge, that would be a really solid option. Because the awkward thing is Blast Chill can't crit, and Dreadwind is damage source melee, so it wouldn't get the ability crit stuff. So the only Berserker class power benefiting thing left that can crit and benefit from that is Feral Surge. So that's a bit of an awkward one. Getting Protagonizer with Spell Shot, Berserker, or Stabomancer primary is just kind of a feels bad because they don't have ways to benefit. Even on Clawbringer, it's like, it helps Storm Smite, helps Blasphemous Favor, helps the Nova from Cleansing Flames, and the lingering damage from Storm Dragons. So I guess that's, in quantity, that's one of the better use cases. But the best Protagonizers in terms of classes you want to look out for, Spore, Grave, Blight. Those are the real desirable ones. Save quick to clear the floor. If you're trying to maximize Geist in the Shell, it's better to invest in gun damage over ability. Think about it this way. Gun damage will make the damage number that Geist checks bigger, and it also makes the actual damage that your guns do bigger.
It's good to see you again. New challenges await if you're ready.
Twin Souls are great at overstuffing my bank because I'm always like, oh, I could plausibly use this combo if it's at some point. Hilts at some point? Yeah. There's another Vengeance. More Bolt Lashes. More Vengeance.
Champion. And they'll sell for a queenly sum, too.
That was someone's dream and you're going to sell it? I thought you were a warrior, not a writer.
Spin my wheel right around. Just mirror lightning damage feels weird compared to spells using other elements. It's just you. There are individual standouts in some of the elements, but lightning does not have an inherent disadvantage. For example, a lightning barrel maker isn't gonna do less damage than a different element. Unless you're using it against something that it's resisted by. Hey, Elevated Wookie, how you doing? Why am I getting so many Bolt Lashes? What is this? Those are actually really good parts for it, but it's Bolt Lash. I must have gotten like 7 or 8 of those. Alright, another one. Actually, Fashion Lands first.
One loot, actually. Mine.
Nah, we still go with that. I like it. Yeah, I like that you can just make the eyes on this thing poke out through that. That's the best. Quagsmire Mask. It's favorite class in this game? So it's awkward. Stabomancer, but
Well, then it's high time for some
I fully recognize that Stabomancer has one of the weakest skill trees in this game, and it's propped up by a couple of interactions that I just can't resist. If I had to go with a less nuanced answer for that, Berserker. Berserker.
There's
So it's one of those two.
there but fear itself. Literally.
11 on my 2 new Blight colors, 11 the class. Me too, Wookie, me too.
In these mirrors.
Been messing with the plate mail, my Blight Stab, apparently I'm immortal now. Survivability go burr in this game.
Is there anything in this world you're afraid of? I can't believe how much money they took from me. This helps them.
I'm Snowspawn no longer. From now on, everyone shall refer to me as Sweatspawn. I've gone through a transformation. I'm now a gymmer instead of a gamer. A remarkable amount of testosterone flowing through my veins. I'm now super competitive in everything I do for no reason. If I am what I eat, then I am 5 pounds of raw steak in one sitting. Understandable. Actually, I can leave callouts on. I'm lowering dialogue volume a little bit so the screaming isn't as bad, but I still want to hear Vesper talk, so. Berserker's probably my favorite. Second favorite too. Blight Caller's taken first for me. Blight Caller's just very fun. I wanted it to be unique going into it, like before we got info, and they knocked it out of the park. It has unique playstyles and interactions. Excuse me, it's very visually satisfying. I think they did a really good job on Blight Caller. All that out of my system. How's everyone doing? Doing well, Snowspawn. How are you?
Don't forget the interest. Every bit counts. And I'll have to count every bit, because these jerks are a bunch of swindlers.
Huge hats off to Nick Thurston. Yeah, he's popped in here a couple times actually. Super cool dude. He did a fantastic job. Morning, Natas. How you doing? You know what would be nice? A way to make Blast Chill consistent. Like, I would take a huge nerf to Blast Chill's damage if we could just make it consistent.
It's like that old saying, nothing gold can stay. And there's the last piece of gold for you to collect. Now that I've got my money back, it's time. The ruler of this realm is painfully literal, so as he robbed me of my self-worth.
Consistency in this economy?
Actual giant flags with his face on them. And they're protected, of course, by skeletons in the closet. They like to play dead, well, they're always looking. That's my mind. Get up, you're not fooling anyone. Get rid of these skeletons and destroy those slaves. I don't need them anymore. Good riddance to that.
You got the little ball of light that tells you where the next one is. Ball? Someone say ball? Show you a ball. Banned. Yeah, this is not a sports channel. Silly Zoroark.
How could I have been so blind to all of these flags before?
For last week's character balancing changes, do you have thoughts on what other balancing can should happen? As in your expert opinion. Action skill balancing would be great. Spore Ward and action skills are being made to look even more terrible next to Blightcaller ones. Like, they already looked pretty bad, but they're just kind of the worst. Sabomancer Tree is, if you are not specifically doing Alchemical Agent or, From the Shadows, or, you know, both, it's just very weak. Clawbringer, Capstone, and Blasphemous Favor, and Cleansing Flames are just not good. Allergies, ugh, excuse me. I do think the fine-tuning they've done on Spellshot and Graveborn over time has been pretty good. I still think Dire Sacrifice could still use like a little bit, but for the most part, I think Spell, Grave are in good places. Blight seems to be in a good place. Geist in the Shell debatably overpowered, but we'll see how that plays out. Spore outside of action skills is like fine. And I guess Cult Shot. Reaper buffs. Reaper's already good though. Oh no. Sneezing fit. End me. Did Big Dice do anything? Not that I've seen. Pip, but maybe I'm missing something as well. Can roll them. Skill issue. If you're trying to use Double Knot, would you take the skill that boosts spell crit? Depends on the spell you're using. Like reduced ability and attack cooldowns for all the pets. That's fair. Bless you times 5. Was it 5? Thank you, Lagoon.
Like a song where you only remember every other line, so you keep singing and can't rumble. It lives in those cracks in my memory, lurking in the shadows of every gaslight. Stuck a song in my heart and hid it there too. I need it back, and for that, you must find my loot. Why burns? More like why not die already burns, right?
So Buck Mosquito needs more damage.
Up to be, is it? Those wyverns sure know how to lay a beat down. There are instruments in the eggs? How? I mean, wow, that's... wow. I really want an omelet now.
Alright, that's all the spawns I know by heart. Shit. Where's the rest? Maybe down here. I hit all the egg spawns that I know. Oh, here's one. Fuck.
These are all bad eggs. Don't
I have one more sneeze that's just back there. I can feel it. It's not coming out yet. Hope Mosquito doesn't get nerfed into the ground because I like the look of the armor. It does look really good. Just know that even if they were to, like, absolutely gut it, it's still gonna be monstrously powerful. Like, there is no mechanical way for them to make Mosquito not fantastic. And I honestly doubt they would touch it at all. Even though, if anything deserves to be nerfed into the ground, it's probably that. It's so strong.
Which is laid first? The egg?
Pain.
Wyvern. My heart's sick.
I've been avoiding sneezes at all costs after my surgery. It's probably good policy.
Just remembered where the old treasury is. I knew
You can't make the character look how you want because you lack cosmetics. It's almost like you could just go get cosmetics, though.
sure I'd stay lost. But the further you go, the fewer you get.
Like, if you do
Treasury known
one level of each of the mirrors on a character, then anytime the wheel gives you cosmetics, you get 10. 10.
badass fighters.
Not having cosmetics is a choice. Make better choices. Being lazy because I can't get 10 yet, no DLC, no internet. And I'm assuming you didn't take advantage of the 2 times they've given us bonus cosmetic events, or the 2 times we've had mimic runs and featured. Just kind of didn't.
You're the most badass of them all. Don't accidentally break it. You're so strong, it is a concern.
Let's burn some stuff.
I'm only roasting you because you've had this complaint for months. And you've had ample time to do something about it. No internet? Yeah. Mobile. Yeah, no, Irish doesn't have home internet. Hasn't for a bit. Which is actually, like, weirdly common lately. A lot of people I know have been having issues with theirs, and mine hasn't been very stable lately either. Just 2022. A lot of people I know have had that. Wonder if the heat is affecting our poor infrastructure. Would make sense. Because, like, it's a global thing. People, all parts of the US that I know, people in the UK.
You make that look so easy.
Very different parts of the world.
Now pull that switch and we should be good.
Sure, CEOs are blaming it on people not wanting to work their low-paying jobs, though. Oh, of course, as is tradition. As is tradition. Oh, I have the money bug right now. You see my cash pickups are 3? I don't really care at the moment, but that's interesting. Recommend on Rage Handle, or maybe talking about it at the start of the stream. So I would recommend either the max crit chance roll, which is up to 20%, or the max speed roll, which is 1.47. One of those. There are 3 different rolls in terms of attack speed. Actually, 4. 4 different attack speed rolls. And I think 4 different crit chance rolls. In terms of hilt mod, Vampire and Warrior, or the goats there. Vampire especially.
That should do the trick. There's treasure waiting to be collected. While you were raiding that treasury, I remembered something else they stole from me. The light of my life. I'd like it back now.
Vampire, my beloved. It's so useful. Makes you so incredibly tanky. Let's move to a poor country. Somehow we have the best internet speed.
Yes, this whole place is burning. We must be close. If I seem cold, it's because these monsters stole my soul fire. We all need a light in our lives, and mine was ripped from my heart.
Thank you, Harbinger. You try telling the enemies they don't have your willful consent for them to shoot you, therefore they can't. It's true, it'd be illegal for them to shoot me if I didn't give them permission. It's also illegal for them to shoot me if I did give them permission in many cases. That's how you get them. Presently in a Chaos Chamber that's gotten me to 4 out of 1 in Blast Chill. If Blast Chill chance scaled up with investment, that'd be so cool.
Wyvern head, destroy that abomination.
I'd rather have chance skill than damage. Damage is already good enough. Yeah.
Gorgeous powers. If I was alone, I would swaddle myself with them and never leave. As for now, we have one last task to execute. My one piece of advice for the monster you're about to face: show no fear. Cast doubt from your mind. They are the living embodiment of every lost soul's fear. He feeds on our pain. Don't dwell on it.
My conscience.
But how though? Ah, that one was my fault. I'm taking too long to set up my damage instead of just doing my damage. I took back off because of that. This fight is so cool.
No magic left. Magic time.
Come here. Come here. There we go. Awkward. No, don't eat me. Dragons are such cool enemies. Easily one of my top fights in the game, maybe number one. Aside from a little bit of hitbox weirdness, yeah, I agree. I'm curious to see how this fight evolves. Ow. Ooh, that hurts. Yeah, like, it's easier to hit him with a regular melee attack than it is with Dreadwind, because of the hitbox positioning. And then you frequently get stuck inside of him. So hitboxes are a little awkward. But, still enjoyable.
How does it feel?
It feels as every moment of my life. Full of glorious purpose and heroic wonder.
He's on team, exclamation point, eat quags. Huh. Hitbox weirdness and Wonderland's bosses name a more iconic duo. clearly see the extra time they spent on it. The boss arena especially is really cool. Definitely a lot of love went to that one. Yeah, Primordial Vengeance. I want to get a high chaos tier times 6 Vengeance for testing purposes.
Fortune in your present? Ah, sorry. Delayed vision.
Laurels befitting a champion. And they'll
Like Quag Butter and Quag Jelly and Quag Bread, it just Quag works. That is so much fun. I really like that gun a lot. I'm gonna have to do some building around it. It's very enjoyable. I wish it could come in other elements, but like I won't complain too much. Yeah, Dark Magic Rage Handle. Judging from the marketing stuff, looks like they're adding a head to the dragon each week. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they said something to that effect in the blog post. And in that fight, I killed one of the heads
Cosmos, the stars, everything is borrowed.
before I killed the, the main one. So it do be like that. Also, I haven't missed with the items. Mosquitos and monstrosity non items DLC. Yeah, they're actually all good this time. Like, all of them. Yeah, getting 3 gold per pickup is great.
That certainly would ring
Stupid bug.
whatever.
I shall blind my enemies with the sparkle of my clenched fist.
Keep it away from me then. I need my vision clear, thank you.
Kettle Drum. It's times 21 with the max crit roll, but it's non-chaos tiered. Actual pain. Actual pain and suffering. That just hurts me. Hoping the second armor is good. Yeah, me too. I hope the rest of the gear from this DLC is good. Ooh, Protagonizer, Graveborn Power, Fire. But I could maybe do something with that. Primordial Barbalode, Burr Power, Dark Magic. I could maybe do something with that too. It's trying. Game is trying right now. The Sabo one was low cast here. That's sad. Stabbo Blight Plate Mail. Let's clear the floor. Yeah, it's Wyborg. You think we'll get more content for this game? I hope so. Mirror 4 is the last bit of the announced content, but I'd like to point out that both Borderlands 2 and Borderlands 3 did get more content that was not part of the announced initial stuff. Now, this isn't a main series game, so it's up for debate whether that would, logically be in the cards, but they've not announced, so we'll just have to wait and find out. I certainly hope we get more. More would be good. because I like this game. Hope they would give us a free event or take down some other cartels. That would be cool. That would be very cool. Now it's the second season of Hopefully Story DLCs. Personally, I don't care about story DLCs. I don't care that they're not here. It's just not something that I personally have a shred of investment in. I already have more hours in the DLC model of this game than I do in the DLC models of the previous games. So I'm like, eh.
Should this spell not be valiant enough, might I swap for another?
Love for more DLC with actual content. But like, Mirror 4 is actual content, safe and sane. That's the thing. How are we defining actual content here? If actual content is people talking at you for an hour in a piece of gameplay that has no replay value aside from gear, well, I don't like your definition of actual content, and I don't want that. Mirror 4 is, like, gameplay content and expansion to the endgame and gear. So, I'm cool with that. Personally. I was thinking over the weekend how the game had been effective if they had paired the one-shot areas, Tangle Drift Mount Claw with the PLC drop without a calm the community. No. Because people would have just been like, they would have been complaining about, oh, this is clearly base game content that you chopped off. Yet they did the reverse. People were like, oh, this is DLC that you're trying to make us think. People are going to complain either way.
Shall be dispatched forthwith.
It's a zero-sum game. I think the main reason I like more story DLC is they can go super crazy in Wonderlands, not need to keep stuff canon. Oh yeah, they could do cool storytelling. Like, I'm not saying they couldn't. I'm not saying that they shouldn't either. I'm just saying, do I personally think that not having story DLC is a failure? No, because I don't give half a shit about story DLC. Because, like, let's look at Bounty of Blood. Because I feel that's a fair comparison. Matt Cox is the director of Bounty of Blood and the director of Wonderlands, so we can draw a parallel there in terms of approach. Most of Bounty of Blood's maps were completely empty, and you were just walking. Because that's what Borderlands 3 and Borderlands 2 did with their story DLCs. They padded out the runtime by having you walk. I don't miss that. A failure is disappointment. Characters in Wonderlands are fun. Makes me sad we don't get any more of them after we finish the story. I guess. But how far does that go, Boom? I always want more. I want more. You can constantly want more even if there is more. So, how far does that rabbit hole go? You can't ever have this ever-increasing amount of more that people want. And keep in mind that they use celebrity voice talent for the characters. And that can have been cheap. Also, scheduling was probably a nightmare for that. That's why, for example, I think that these are structured around Vesper, because they could do that without having to get Ashley Birch and Will Arnett and Wanda Sykes and Andy Samberg, get all of them. Like, it doesn't sound probable. Like, again, I don't disagree with people liking story stuff. Like, sure, like what you like, that's cool. But what I reject is the idea that the game's content is not actual content because there's not people talking at you while you walk for an hour. I don't consider that gameplay. That's a good argument to avoid celebrity actors, though, right? Oh, no, I agree with that, safe and sane. I think that professional voice actors are, like, underutilized. I get the appeal of star power and such, but yeah, I agree with you there.
Shall die here too.
Remember Nox DLC, all the driving? Don't miss that. Wouldn't mind a story DLC from time to time, hopefully a Claptastic Voyage type DLC, much prefer endgames. Claptastic is great. Claptastic's fantastic. And their story DLCs I really do enjoy the vibes and storytelling of. Let's use Fantastic Fustercluck as an example. I absolutely love the writing in that DLC. The environments are beautiful. It's just cool. And it does a lot of fan service done well. Good DLC. Almost no playable content. So that's just how I feel about that. Let's do a mirror. Not a mirror, Chaos Chamber run. Hi, Kevin.
Enter if you dare.
What are you doing?
But seriously, you should dare.
After you beat Fustercluck, it was either save quit farming or gear checking for one-shots on the last boss. Yep. I think the model that the most people could get behind is something like a Director's Cut with BL3. Director's Cut introduced 4 story missions, a climactic boss at the end of the 4th one, a standalone raid boss, and the vault card system. It introduced something for each style of gameplay. Without being a hey, this is a self-contained area where you get to run around for 2 hours and have nothing to do. I think that is a way of doing things. Ignoring Fustercluck's circle slaughter is a bit harsh. Perfect, no, very good endgame. Priz, Fustercluck is the Krieg DLC. The one that didn't have... It's BL3, it didn't have endgame. It didn't have a circle slaughter. Are you thinking of a BL2 thing? Or a TPS thing? What am I mixing? It's hard to keep names straight. Thinking of Claptastic? There you go. Another Claptastic W. Claptastic simply built different. Anything Fustercluck would have been perfect for another slaughter map. Yeah, I agree. Because it could have been just whatever Krieg could think of. Just inarguably the best rounded DLC by a mile. I'd agree with that. more time in Scarlet DLC spent read-only farming quest rewards and playing the story. Actually true. Now, depending on what you like, there's still some replay value to be had. For example, Jackpot DLC had really good farming because it had guaranteed Daddy Drop farming and a lot of desirable items. So that was playtime for a lot of people. It was minimal, but Guns Love Tentacles did have Aista, which he's fun to meme on.
Time for a smell.
Claptastic's underrated because a lot of people didn't play pre-sequel. A lot of people just shot it down, and that started a culture that has continued to now. TPS, BL3, and Wonderlands have all been the victim of people, regardless of what state the game's actually in, just like shit canning it at launch and pretending that they didn't a couple years later. I missed a couple of revolutions there. Claptastic had a good story, challenging end boss, awesome loot, endgame arena, and best target dummies ending lands DLC. Claptastic is the best DLC. The arena from Claptastic is something that I really would love a spiritual successor to. That's something I'd really like. Meaningful rarity, yeah. Reject Pearlescent, return to Glitch and Seraph. There we go. Nice chill run. 555. Considering I messed up a bunch of my Dreadwinds. Not a bad place to be. Oh yeah, make sure you get your Sword Explosions. They're in the vendor this week. I know the excitement of doing playthroughs and doing the mirror and stuff, but Sword Explosion in the vendor is something you don't want to pass up. You've got White Rider with the featured boost, and you've got Sword Explosion from the vendor. Don't pass up that opportunity. Also Spellblade with the featured boost. Love Mill for Sword Explosion, still need more money? Yeah. Only one who doesn't particularly like the Sword Explosion. I got bored with it very quickly loading screen, but it's one of those things that's very effective. I recommend it for its efficacy. It's just a good bossing option for any build that's capable of doing good gun damage. Working lurk muted because meeting love your face. I don't want Pearlescent back the way they were. I'd rather have useful weapons the highest tier, just like the light blue beams more than the pink. Or I think I saw this is BL3 Redux. Red beam looked really good. The red beam in Redux does look really good. I'm actually a big fan of that. The gripe I have with Pearl versus other rarities, like, I don't have a problem with the idea of a non-legendary rarity that's, like, special in some way, but that's not Pearls. Pearls didn't do anything functionally different from legendaries at all, other than mostly suck ass. But Pearlescence could have been something like Seraphs, where they have multiple acquisition methods. There's the Seraph vendor, there's a currency associated with Seraph. Glitch has meaningful gameplay changes that associated with it, you know. Be like those two. Don't be like Pearls, which is just like, why? You could change a Pearl's rarity and not know the difference. Like, it may as well be a blue. Because, hey, guess what? In BL2, some best in slot items were blues. Because rarity didn't matter in that game. It didn't mean anything unless it was a Seraph. Because that was the only one that was a distinguishing factor. Effervescent was also another meaningless one. Because some of them were just reskins. Effervescent just told you, hey, it's from Lilith DLC. That's it. Look, has yum, Amber. And Clean had you on in the background. I appreciate it. How you feeling? Some of y'all's favorite weapons in Wonderlands? I really, really like the Skeep Prod. Greater than Gone. Skeep Prod is a personal favorite of mine. Extremely potent in mobbing with just a tiny bit of build investment. Absolutely does work. Sword Explosion for you in Mets plays. It's something that I did get bored with, but like, it feels good. The changes they did to the Sword Explosion, they didn't just increase its damage to buff it. They made the sticky mode, you know, work as they envisioned. They increased the projectile speed and the fire rate, so it does just ultimately feel good to shoot. Sword Explosion feels good to use, even if it's a little uninteresting in effect. White Rider, Gluttony, those are good ones. Nice Stone's one. I haven't tried the Ski Prod since they buffed it. Guess I'll start hitting the Sniper Bunnies. It's really good. If you can get a Barbalode, especially, Ski Prod does work. It's got a bunch of good things about it. It's got the fastest reload speed in the game, 0.8 seconds. So you can actually, with 50% reload speed, I think is what it takes, you can make Ski Prod reload so fast you can't see the animation. And that's funny. It also just does exceptional mobbing damage. I'm a really big fan of it with From the Shadows Barbalode or Play the Angles. Oh, all three. It's a very good time. Of course, it's lightning, so it benefits from soaked. It gets a really good crit formula because it's a sniper rifle. It's a crossbow barrel sniper rifle, so it gets even more. It's a great gun. Ammo is a big concern, but you can just take 1 or 2 ammo alter buffs and then use it as a primary weapon. Vengeance has a shot at being my new favorite. Only got a non-chaotic so far. I need to use the Vengeance in a build around it, but on paper, it's up there for me already. Yeah. Crossblade, good damage, cool effect, fun to use. I really like Merlin's Razor as well. There you go, I have one. I love this effect. Look at this shit. Hang on. It's just so cool. I want to build around this. Working on stuff, gotta go to an active mode. Thanks for hanging out, David. What is Vengeance? It's the new Torg AR from the DLC. It's the only legendary Torg AR, and it's quite good. Just farming for a White Rider Primordial Ascended for my Blight Caller. Ooh, yeah, it's the week to do it. You can get Waster in the featured or in a boss run. Have some pretty good odds there. Common Torg W. Let's farm it normally. Fair enough. But yeah, so I want to get some food and relax and stuff. We're gonna call it just slightly early here. But thank you guys so much for hanging out. Solid stream today. Nice and chill build farming. Got through the mirror on a couple of builds. Have Jacob shotgun miss? No. No, they're just kind of all good. Oh, that's not the right thing. I see a Gull build fit on Melee Blight. I'm not sure you mean Gull? Anyway, I'll be on tomorrow. More build crafting and stuff. I want to mess around with some dot stuff and some gun stuff. So hopefully I'll have setups ready for that tomorrow. A full build video. I don't really do build videos personally in Let's Plays. That's not really my jam. I'm more of a live content guy, and then forgetting my channel exists for YouTube stuff. But who knows? With the season pass content being almost completely out, things like the community builds docs are gonna come into existence, and maybe I'll start doing actual uploads on YouTube as well. That's a maybe. Don't hold me to that. Let's find somewhere for us to go. Lazy is doing a chaos climb on Blightcaller. Alec is farming the triple part Revolter in BL3. BZK is doing some Blightcaller stuff. Jelly's on BL2. Looks like Tizzle's doing some Transistor. Pascaroni's on BL2. Let's go over to Lazy. He's doing a chaos climb. You'll enjoy some Blightcaller stuff. Go ahead and spam Quagcaller if you got it. But thank you guys so much. I really appreciate you. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll be live tomorrow, 9 something-ish a.m. Eastern. And hopefully I'll have some different builds to do. Stay cool. It's hot as shit in general in the world, in many places. So hydrate. I'm trying to be better about that. But anyway, I appreciate you. I'll stop rambling. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
And so will yours soon, because I just remembered
Level 40. Yep, that's worth it. Companion